You're early. What am I supposed to do about that? I can't help that. People wanting to be early and stuff. Well, whoops. Doot. Okay. Let's take a look at this. Hopefully all these bugs have been fixed since I originally wrote this. If not, we will fix them. If not, we will fix them. Fix recursive setting of it. Hash table exports its link, but that doesn't. I'm not sure if that's a bug. I need to think about that. So this is, okay, this is like an explicit paste from hash table. This is using the hash table iterator inside the other iterator. So maybe that won't work. I don't know. Well, it compiled. I mean, oh, until it didn't. But that might be because this is like wrong. Let's just see. Let's just factor all this out. Okay, so let's look at who uses this. A lot of things use this. Actually, let's do this just to be mega safe. Whoops. All right. Let's see. Let's see, is it could be that I made a mistake in the loop. Oh. LLVM build will not even tolerate this. We're like branching to nowhere or something. That's not good. That's not good. What's broken? Well, this is certainly broken right here. This is certainly broken. Let's delete some breakpoints because we don't need those. Our run tree these days, it's not a very good name. Back in the old days, it meant pretty much exactly the files that you would ship. But now it's like, it's basically just the working directory of the, I guess that still makes sense. It's the working directory of the running executable of the game. But it mostly consists of files that wouldn't ship, like Photoshop files and stuff. Because that's just how we do it. So we usually have a packaging process. Okay, I don't understand. Now we're like infinite looping or something. Maybe the no jobs did that? That's very different from what like just happened. Where are we at? Where are we at? Oh, maybe I messed up no jobs. No. I don't know. Let's see. Threads. Where's my threads? Running a compile time procedure, waiting for message. Okay, that's fine. Run IR threads. Yeah, okay. This is LLVM fucking up with no threads. Okay. Right. Okay, so this just, I screwed up no threads on LLVM. Easy fix. What is no thread set? No jobs. It's called jobs disabled. Disable job threads. Oh. I guess. Something like that. Oh, this is the wrong compiler. Just look how long it takes to build the C++ compiler versus build our own code. It's so crazy. Okay. So, yeah, this is not good. I am unhappy about this. I wanted my Fixnado to start with simple fixes where I wouldn't have to think hard about things. My brain is not 100% here today. So I'm just going to look at stuff. Actually, maybe this isn't a Fixnado. Maybe this is a chillnado. Maybe a bugnado. We could have a stream of just adding bugs to the compiler. Like putting eggs for an Easter egg hunt. And then I hire someone, and when they can't find all the bugs in 1 hour, then I fire them. How's that? Yeah, I left no jobs in there. That's intentional because I wanted to make sure that I fix this LLVM thing. So the fact that we got here was good. We want no jobs because that's what helps us debug. So now etc. Okay. So let's just see where we frickin' crash, and then I will observe this. Is it going to be stuff like changing I to 1? Well, that's not very good in a statically typed programming language because the compiler will just tell you that that happened. It would not be a very good Easter egg. What's a job in this context? It is what the Antifa people don't have. It's just it's a piece of threaded work. You know, it's basically an asynchronous callback, right? You know, it is what it is. Today's stream is sponsored by Black Licorice. So LLVM is complaining that we made a go-to statement that never got a patch, which I agree is worth complaining about. I think that if we make a go-to statement, we should say where it should go to, right? It's like, otherwise it's like living with your girlfriend who's getting really annoyed at you and being like, you're supposed to know where I want you to go to. And you're like, no, I can't read your mind. And she's like, but you know, if you really cared about me, you could read my mind. It's like that. But in computer form, in computer bytecode statement form. So we are giving LLVM unreasonable demands. Look at how crappy this is, dude. Like, I'm just moving my cursor left and right, and it's like flickering between arrow and text cursor. Like, what even is that? Oh, it's because the little poppy windows are up. A nice replacement for old days demos. Then I better stop doing those streams because I don't want to show the copy people what I'm doing. You think LLVM should be able to dynamically intuit the location of the go-to? I mean, lots of people in computer science school seem to think that that's what computers are supposed to do. Like, I don't know. You think the lamp is kind of overrated? Well, it's better at night. It's better at night because you get the splash pattern on the wall. I mean, it's there now, but you have to look very, very closely. Okay, so we can say, what is the serial number of this bytecode and where was it generated? Line 3301 of bytecode builder, which is not in the handy thing here. Okay, it was generated right here. So it's in mounts, line 468. I mean, okay, so it's for a loop control. We said continue. We said continue, and we want that to obviously continue this loop. But somehow that didn't happen. Why? There's a really weird noise going on nearby. Okay, so let's review the process of what happens. Whoops, we're at line 3301. So we're supposed to add this patch to incrementer of loop. And then sometime later, someone's supposed to go over these patches and set the addresses. Because the thing is, the incrementer of the loop happens at the bottom, right? So incrementer of loop means, well, the bottom of the loop scope, but right before the invisible instructions that we emit that like increment the iteration that's happening here, right? And so you do that and then you go to the top. Patch to end of loop means, well, we're breaking out of the loop. So we go to whatever's after the loop block, right? So we don't know what either of those addresses is yet because we're in the middle of the loop, right? And so what happens is, you know, we just say, hey, these instructions need to be fixed up later when we know where they're going to go. And then later we fix them up, except we didn't fix them up because I was stupid. Now the problem is, how do we actually debug this? How do we debug why? Like debugging why something didn't happen in a complex system is not that easy. Like debugging why the value you computed was off by 1 or something is not that hard, because you go to where the value is computed, right? But what we're going to do is go to the place that iterates over this patch array, and we need to figure out why that didn't happen, and that might not be very obvious. Let's go look. Yeah, guys, I think I'm sick today. I hope I don't have COVID. Actually, ever since yesterday. So here's the thing. Yesterday, I did my pull-ups. I was going to go to the park and do Kung Fu. I think I talked about this on the last stream. The air was terrible. Let me see how the air is now. Oh my God, the air is still terrible. It looks worse than yesterday. Let's find out the air in San Francisco, shall we? It's actually, numerically, it's not quite as bad as yesterday. It looks worse. Like, what the hell is going on? Like, I'm not going to go outside and, like, breathe real heavily for 90 minutes in this. So, I mean, look at Oakland, dude. What even is happening? Anyway, you know what I think it is? I think conspiracy theory time. It's the government of California making the air bad so that everyone stays inside in lockdown. What's really weird... Oh, it's way worse down here. Yesterday it was better all down here. It was all green. Like, what the hell is going on? Anyway. Do I have any filters? I have a really good, like, portable air filter that's like this frickin' big. And I have an air quality monitor over here that's supposed to be good. Let me actually run the little app for it. I wish it didn't have a stupid ass app, but it says CO2 is 515, PM 2.5 is 2. So my room is at 2 on this chart that is full of hundreds. Anyway, so but since I didn't go outdoors to do kung fu yesterday, toward the evening I was feeling a little bit like I should have exercised more. So I did stance training. I did like 15 minutes of stance training, which I did sort of the beginner level because it's been many years since I've done it seriously, but it's like you get in low stances and you just hold them as best you can for a period of time. I used to be able to do it for almost 8 minutes. These days I could barely do 1 minute. But it's also very stressful in a certain way. And I might have outstressed myself last night and gave myself COVID from the 5G hitting my body while I was doing stance training. I don't know. So we'll see. Just look at this though. Like who wants to go out to the park and exercise in this? Oh my gosh. I'm glad I don't live there. Like what is even, this isn't fires. Like normally it's fires that make the air this bad. There aren't any fires right now that I know of. I mean, maybe this is a fire and that, I don't know, but there's no fires around here. Seriously, just move to the country. Yeah, I want to move to the country outside California, I think is what's happening. Cargo ships? No. This isn't cargo ships. Dude, you think cargo ships are sailing right now when the economy has crashed and nobody's buying anything? Last year, we had lots of fires in November. It was real bad. Have you ever been to Poland? I have been through the airport in Poland. I don't think I actually did anything in actual Poland. Oh no, now everyone is going to start recommending their country. Yeah, it's true. Do you know what I have to say about that? Wow, look at the aliasing between the text on the cyan background. Anyway, that's why I did not exercise yesterday. And so now I have an excuse for being fat because the air is bad. Anyway, so back to the thing. So add patch. Well, there's just an array on the data structure. Add patch. Okay. Now my body temperature is like low today, which is weird. I guess that's not a COVID symptom. I have stress chi syndrome. Can I still smell stuff? Yes. Can I smell the black licorice? Yes. Also, my blood oxygenation, as measured by the pulse oximeter, is 97%, so that's fine. Okay. So, who does arrow patches? Resolve patches. So it's quite possible that resolve patches is not getting called for whatever this is. Now that could be for two different reasons. It could be that we're putting the patch on the wrong loop. Or it could be that we're putting the patch on the right loop, but resolve patches is not getting called for that. Or it could be that we're putting it on the right loop and resolve patches is being called for that loop, but it's being called before we add the patch for some stupid reason. Do not discount possibilities like that. $97 is kind of low. Well, when I worked out yesterday, it went pretty low. Like when I measured it like 10 or 15 minutes later, because I was feeling weird, it was 93. So it probably went down to 92 or 91 while I was exercising. Uh-oh, now it says 96. Now it's back up to 97. Now it's 98. I don't know how much to believe this. I guess you let it stabilize for a bit and then believe it. So maybe I looked at it too soon before. It says 98. Heart rate is... Oh, it just dropped to 97 again. Heart rate is like 54. I don't know how accurate that is. Apparently Mensa meetings are depressing. So back when I wanted to be more social, like more than 10 years ago, I took the Mensa test and I passed it because I was like, I want to meet smart people. And then I was going to go, there was an event in Berkeley, but like, I'm not totally a joiner. It was like an event at a pizza place or something. I'm not totally a joiner. So I was like, I'm just going to go to the pizza place and like scope it out and see if it's somewhere that I want to be. And, yeah, no, it totally wasn't something that I wanted to be at. So I left. 54, you would pass out on that. Well, I generally have a low heart rate and kind of low-ish blood pressure because of that, I guess. I don't know. More details? I just looked around at the people. I'm a very judgmental person. And I looked around at the people and I was like, do I feel like these are people who are thriving in life who I would like to be around and have rub off on me in some way? And I was like, no. Which again is me being very judgmental, and I might have got unlucky or something, but yeah. I'm amazed that I passed the Mensa test because, well, I'm not amazed, but I thought I might have failed it because part of it is listening comprehension, right? And we were like in this library and it was really warm, and the guy who's like giving the test starts reading this story, and I was just really not interested and zoning out like halfway through and thinking about other stuff. And then I had to answer 8 questions about the story he was saying, right? So I think I probably got not that good of a score on that part, but it was still good enough to pull through. You're a runner and you've had your heart rate sit at 48 when resting. Yeah. I mean, I feel like, so I haven't been exercising that much this year. Back last year when I was really dancing heavily all the time and stuff, and throwing people around the room, probably my resting heart rate would have been lower than 54. Did my Mensa experience match Scott Adams? I don't know. I'm not going to derail the stream by opening a web link and reading the web, but I don't know. There it's just figuring out next elements in a series of pictures. Yeah, this test had all that too. But see, in the US, it's not politically correct to call that kind of puzzle solving intelligence. You also have to have like artistic intelligence and whatever. So I don't know. I feel like it was partially that. Yeah, I would say that was consistent with my very small amount of experience and very small number of observations. What just happened? Okay. Okay, great. Maybe they Googled me. I think the tests are like blind graded or something. I don't know. I mean, all the IQ test kind of puzzles, those always seem pretty easy to me now. Like once you know how they work, you kind of just get it, right? I remember there was one that was like a number sequence that I couldn't figure out what it was, but it was one of those trick ones where it's like, this series of numbers is just something really weird. It's like, the letters of the alphabet in the days of the week, rot 13, mod 10, or what, like, you know, there's like stupid crap like that, where you might think of it and you might not, but most of them I got. Okay. There's like a really high-pitched noise happening somewhere nearby. It's kind of bothering me. Or maybe I have COVID and one of the symptoms is hearing phantom high-pitched noises. All right. So we have not determined whether this was on the right loop or not. So we can, though, go to here and say BC arrow S is equal to this. And because we're running with no jobs, it should be fine. Hopefully. You've never seen me this distracted. I was kind of this distracted yesterday too. It's all good. It's about time for me to get a break, but I will get a break soon. So it's all good. Look at how far down the call stack we are, guys. This is starting to look like a Java program. Okay, anyway, so let's make sure this is the one that we think it is. Line 468, okay. Right, like this should be the same, yeah. Okay, so we're doing this continue. Now the question is, what, oh, I could have looked at this before, never mind. So the target statement is a for loop. It's still called asked each in the syntax tree, but it's a for loop, line 467, which is the right one. This is where we want this to go. So the question is, I don't think that we flag this after having done the patches. I should rename asked each to asked for. It has no patches yet, so we're about to add one. So now I'm going to set this breakpoint in resolve patches, and we're going to find out we never get here, right? Or maybe we already did. So we're going to, if we don't get here, which we probably won't, we'll rerun the program. Oh, I just reran the program. Got ahead of myself. Now we're checking both. Exit. What? What? How did we not hit either of those? I mean, I know how we didn't hit the resolve patches, but did I delete the other breakpoint? No. So why didn't we hit this? Do we have some instability in the thing? Three, 6, 6, 7, 5, 2. All right. So let's see back up here. 320195. Why is it different? plus it has to be worked on by hundreds of people. That is false and has many assumptions in it. Also, why are you saying it's funky because it has to live for 15 years? If something is being worked on for 15 years, shouldn't it get better for 15 years? Why isn't enterprise code the most amazing, astonishing, beautiful code? Because it's been honed by sharp minds for decades, right? Like you're saying excuses for why things are the way they are that aren't the actual reasons. Because you can make up an alternative story that would have the opposite effect. Why not use the file and line for breakpoint condition? Because the file's a string. And anyway, this usually works fine. Okay, here's what we could do. Well, we hit the same thing this time, but we could actually, the expression number on the bytecode is probably more likely to be stable than the bytecode number. Every bytecode right now has a debug expression associated with it. So if this continues to be flaky, we could use that. Let me actually find out what it is. So this number is probably better, but we'll see. Yeah, so I think now we've got a little bit of fog of war introduced here by the fact that the break didn't totally work. Yeah, let's change that. That would be a separate thing to debug later, is why that's not stable. Okay, so this one worked better. So we're looking back at the loop control. It's a continue. Its target statement is 089. That's different. That's different. I don't know why these are not stable right now. That's a little bit of a bummer. We could use the line number check here. Okay, guys, this is really obnoxious. We're going to have to start using line numbers, I guess. So in theory, we're supposed to be stable and reproducible every time we run the thing. That is not happening now. The numbers are off a little bit each time, or not exactly every time, but there's something that is not totally consistent between runs, and that is hosing us. It doesn't really matter because that's not a user visible thing, but it makes it very hard to debug. Yeah. You can't compare strings. You don't want to set. How would you compare two length strings in a data breakpoint? Like maybe there's an expression to do that, but like what? Okay, well, I could try to debug this because I don't honestly care about what order I solve bugs in today. Some days I'm like, I don't want to derail. I just want to go forward. Today I'm like, eh. So this is kind of important to fix. Not sure how much I care though, honestly. And it might be like a conceptual problem. Like there might be some way. So the meta program that drives compilation of the main program that we're debugging here interacts with it asynchronously, right? And so hopefully that's well defined, but there might be something about that. There might be something subtle about how it works that would require a deep conceptual change to make fully reproducible, but somehow I just got lucky most of the time, right? Who knows? Who knows? Practically speaking, this hasn't been a problem most of the time. Like, practically speaking, when I had reproducibility problems like this, they would happen due to like programs that were not trying to be reproducible, right? So your meta program can do anything it wants. So if your meta program just does stuff like get a bunch of files, like say your meta program is like the test running program, right? And it's like, let me get a bunch of the tests from disk. And I'm going to do that by calling some Windows APIs to browse the folder. And then we're just going to like operate on those in the order that we get them from Windows. If Windows doesn't return them to you in the same order, then suddenly your program is doing very different things. And then it's launching off these sub programs in different orders. And, you know, then it's different, right? So you can fix that proactively by, for example, sorting alphabetically the things that you found before you kick them off to another thing, right? And so, you know, usually it's stuff like that. This time, though, it is not necessarily that. It might be, though. That's the problem. And so that's kind of why I don't want a rat hole there. Yeah, I mean, maybe I should just stay on the main bug for now. We can probably, hopefully, break by line number. The problem is, okay, I'm having several ideas. So the problem is if we break by line number, then, you know, there are other loops on the same line in different files, right? So we want to break by line number and file name, but that's annoying, right? Like I was saying. But what if there's like, what if I make a hash of the file name, right? That only gets put there in debug build. And it can be on the load directive that we already have a pointer to. Then Then I could break on that as well, and that would be a number that would be stable regardless of the order of the loads, because it would just be based on the characters in the file name string. So I'm tempted to do that, but also I don't want to derail from this. So I'm going to keep just trying to solve this, but that may be a thing that I go do. Okay, so we will just go by line number. We'll keep going. So the line number of the loop control was 468 and the other one was 467. So let's just see if that makes a problem. That's going to be 468. And this is going to be 467. There's almost certainly other loops on a line 467 of some other file that we're loading somewhere, but sometimes you can just skip past those and it's fine. Okay, so this one, paint panel, yeah, different loop. Sampled animation. Add patch. Okay. So this one is, this is the correct bytecode instruction. Yeah. And so it sure looks like we never call resolve patches for that thing. Right? Let's make sure. So of the things on line 467, loops on line 467, where we call resolve patches, we have one in paint panel, one in sampled animation, but none in mounts, which is the one that we want. Okay. So why? Why? Resolve patches. Do we return from here? Do we yield and never come back? That is quite possible. Let's just step through this for the correct one. So line 2074. And this is going to be like a several step process, possibly even for the other ones, for the wrong ones. Yeah, that's the paint panel. Let's not even do this one. We don't care right now. Sampled animation. Mounts. Okay. So we got a macro expansion procedure call in the type checker. We say emit it. Wait, we never. Are you kidding me? You're just going to do that and you're not going to call resolve patches. And by you, I mean me. Look how many levels down we are, guys. Okay, I went too far. I think. Okay, anyway, Java program. Oh, wait, no, because it's way up here. Here we go. This is where we left off. Or maybe it was even this one. God, I have no idea. Okay, but anyway, we need to do resolve patches right there. Because I just thought, oh, let's just do this and go. Let's just quick. You know, that's the problem with Americans. Is they just want the quick thing. They just want the quick fix, and they don't really care. We have to do all this stuff. I think. We didn't even pop the debug expression, guys. I mean, that's so terrible. Okay, hold on. So Tim Apple needs to fire me for this. Okay, you know what? Okay. Now, this stuff okay, this loop exit patch BC assertion can go there. We don't know the iterator point. Okay, you know what? Actually, I think the problem is something slightly different. So I think the deal is our continue is actually not supposed to map to this loop. This is one of these things where I haven't done it in a while and I forget how it works. I forget how it works. So I actually forget where the continue is supposed to be associated. But we could see so here we could override it and see if that changes anything. It doesn't. So when you do an insert like this, the memories are coming back to me, but it's going to take a little bit to get them. When you do an insert like this, it's supposed to rewrite the various things. The various loop controls. So maybe the problem is, I think definitely the problem is we are not remapping that continue correctly for some reason. And I don't know why. I don't know why it wouldn't happen here, but it would happen elsewhere. Not judging, just asking. Even asking that question does invoke judgment from me and or other aspects of this channel. So beware. Beware what questions you ask. Nothing is a good fit for TDD, guys. It's not just games. Nothing is a good fit for TDD. All right. You know, people have different points of view. I know people who suck at programming. Sorry, I'm just not in a mood to, I'm not in a mood to put up with this kind of stuff anymore. I'm just not. After Mr. Woke Dude 555 came on Casey's channel yesterday and decided to criticize him for criticizing other software, I just can't put up with it anymore. You know, I just can't do it. Meatball driven. I have the other meatball in the refrigerator. It's going to be terrible. T-driven development. You know what's really healthy? Watermelon flavored licorice. While the tea is heating up. This is kind of weird. Let's see. This is really weird. Let's see if the green apple licorice is less weird than the watermelon licorice. These are very weird. Better than Twizzlers? I don't know. I mean, Twizzlers are pretty bad, but they're also like so bad they're good. You know what I mean? These are just weird. Have I tried Dutch salted licorice? I've tried a lot of things. So once when I was in Copenhagen, which is certainly not in the Netherlands, but is nearby, we went to a store that had, I don't know, we got like 17 different kinds of licorice at this candy store. It was good. It was a candy store. Twizzlers they're not good. I should order some green tea Kit Kats from Amazon. That's what I should do. Have I ever tried a coffee crisp? I don't like coffee, so if coffee crisps are coffee flavored, I don't know if they're coffee flavored or they go with coffee. They taste nothing like coffee. Okay. All right. So let's look at when this, let's take this out to avoid confusion. We want to look at, the problem is I want to know when exactly this continue statement happens. And for that, we kind of need to know the number. So I'm going to try to just trial and error it again. Paint panel, sampled animation. Oh, we don't care about resolve patches. What am I doing? Okay, so this, yeah, see, this keeps changing. So we're just going to keep running it until we get, oh, wait, I actually wanted this, actually. Oh, we could actually do a, let's just try it. See what happens. You might have to run several times to hit this. And it may take a while, because every single node in the syntax tree goes through this breakpoint. I could set a breakpoint in the copier. if this takes too long or is too annoying. Yeah, we'll see. You think they're supposed to taste like coffee, they just don't. Coffee crisp. Yeah, this doesn't look that good. Elon Musk has bad taste in a lot of things. I mean, I'm thankful for all the things he does, but he has bad taste in a lot of things. Candy is probably not even the least of those things. What's an example of Elon's bad taste? I'm trying to remember. Movies. Philosophy. Like, he thinks the simulation argument is a thing. So I was at an event the other week where I gave a little mini speech about why the simulation argument is complete nonsense. So I kind of want to do a public version of that for a while, but I'm going to be on vacation. Yeah, his child's name, that's extremely bad taste. Why is simulation nonsense? I mean, I could tell you, but it would be a 45-minute speech. But you know what? If Elon Musk's bad taste in certain things is the price that we have to pay to get all the good things that he does, then I am very happy to pay that price. I'm down with that trade. I saw 13th Floor in the theater, and I remember basically nothing about it. That movie's from a long time ago. Elon loves Deus Ex, and you suspect I might not be wild about that game. I really liked it back in the day, if you mean the original one. Isn't tech at Tesla also crazy as in bad? It doesn't seem good to me. Like, but I have limited knowledge of it. No, original Deus Ex was a great game for the time. It was really good. Like, it may not, like, relative to games of today, you know, if you go back and play it, maybe it's not as good as it was in the time, but it was really good at the time. Just read an insane blog post from one of the engineers. It's just crazy mumbo jumbo. What kind, like a software engineer or like a neural network training person or like what? Is the camera still going? I accidentally touched a button. Oh, it looks like it's fine. I was rotating it and I touched a button. I can't leave without my buddy Superfly. Some sources to suggest to study compilers. I don't know, man. It's hard. So all the information on compilers that is easy to find is either outdated or is drinking the Kool-Aid, right? It's hard to find good information about compilers that is actually meaningful. Okay. Whatever happened to our breakpoint that we were waiting for? Is it still going? It's still going. Do they somehow patch? I haven't updated Visual Studio in a long time. Do they somehow patch it every time I go on a trip to be even slower? Like, is that literally a thing? How? I've been sitting here jabbering for 10 frickin' minutes. How is it possible that it's that slow? The compiler runs in less than a second. I'm not going to write an IDE. I think IDEs are stupid. Okay. Yeah, okay, so this is in copier. So, yes, okay, so this is the right place. Now, someplace we set the target statement, and I assumed it was here, but I guess it's later when we infer it. How do we find the target statement? Okay, this seems bad. Belongs to active macro for loop. Seems like it should have said, yes, you do belong to an active macro for loop. Because you're down in here, which is blah, 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 blah. Okay, so let's... How about this? Did we do that? We found in each. Which one did we find? $467. I don't feel like that's right because we're down here. We're down here. Why did we get this block? Loop and closing scope. Why is loop and closing scope? Guys, I don't remember how any of this is supposed to work. Okay, I don't know if this is the right answer or the wrong answer. Okay. So part of the challenge is remembering how it's supposed to work. And then part of the challenge is making it easier to see what it's supposed to be. Like I can see what the individual lines are doing. This is kind of like what I ranted about the other day with the MPEG decoder. Is like I could see what the individual lines do, but like the overall shape of what's supposed to happen is not totally clear to me. I'm going to edit the stream title because I'm being slow today. This is not really a Fixnado. It's more like a, what's like a little mild headwind. Fix breeze. Let's see. Yeah, it's fix breeze. That's good. That's more accurate. Okay, great. Okay, so So actually, the question that I have is why didn't we maybe do this? And the answer is this thing didn't replace continue. Okay, but if it doesn't replace continue, this is what I need to remember is if it doesn't replace continue, how does this work? I think it's supposed to be I don't feel like this is, I feel like we're supposed to remap the thing to the insert directives in closing scope. Let me just try this as a stupid hack. Right? Loop, is it called loop? Okay, so this is line 283 of Entity Manager. So I'm just going to say here, I'm going to say this equals this, and I'm just going to put a no check in on that because I honestly don't remember if that's what we're supposed to be doing. What I could do is just rethink through from first principles Actually, I do have a file where I might have written some stuff down. Let's see. Okay, let's disable this. Oh, I actually... all right, well... assertion... Oh, same problem. Same problem. It didn't fix anything. Except LLVM didn't crash, or let's see. Sorry, wrong compiler. That's release. We expect release to do the same thing. Okay, it does give us a different result in that LLVM didn't crash anymore, but it's still unhappy about this thing that we noticed. So that's okay. I mean, it's slightly better. Well, let me look in my file. Okay. Import. Old inliner code. Okay. Nope, nothing there. That'll help. We could see if that assertion is actually the same loop control. It might be a different one. It is. It's a totally different one. Parameter values. This is a for loop on probably, it's a hash table for loop, but it is a continue on there as well. So I probably broke this one for some reason. Yeah, this one doesn't state a continue either. But so continue should go to this loop, in my opinion. Let's see. Loop continue, and closing scope, target statement. Line 489 of material. That's wrong. That's wrong. And closing scope is 491 of material. Why? Didn't we just change? Like this whole thing that we just did. Where was it? Copier. Didn't I just edit what's going on? I edited copier. Dude, this interface is so bad. All right, we'll go to copier here. Maybe substitute loop control. Okay. So this was what we were looking at. And I did this thing. This loop enclosing scope is current insert directive enclosing scope. And then belongs to active macro. Where do we set target event ident? The target, what's it called? Target statement. Okay. It comes from the enclosing scope. Find owning loop. Shouldn't we have set that? I don't understand how this is happening unless someone else is overriding the enclosing scope again. So now I want to leave the hack in place. And I want to know, where does this frickin' one happen, right? So, it's line 491 of material, and when we go to, oh, here's copier. Suddenly puts it on the list. Thank you. Oh, guys, I did the wrong frickin' thing. This is this. Oh, I'm a so dummy. This doesn't do anything good. No, no, no. That is changing the on the source thing. That no, no. Okay, no. But I could do the equivalent. All right. All right. This is totally not what we wanted to do. That was very bad. Let's go back to this. Okay, so now the enclosing scope is about to get overwritten, right? Okay, this is fine. And it's going to be blocks get current, right? Which is the line 468 of mounts. I'm not sure why that is. Like, okay, we're doing the copy on the oh, it's because that's where we want the identifiers to map to. Yes. Yes, okay. However, that is not... Okay. Okay. Wait, this is like pretty much exactly... Let's just see what happens there. I don't know what the belongs to active macro for loop is supposed to be doing there. Okay, let's see who it's complaining about now. .468. So it's complaining about this same thing that we're working on. This is weird. Okay, this comment says we need to prevent a vanilla continue with no identifier from mapping to our macro loop. It needs to go into the expanded loop. Yes. That's exactly what is not happening right now. I think it's just this is going wrong. Like, I don't get it. I also don't get... Okay. We're just going to run it back. We're going to keep running it back till we understand. So Feynman had this thing where he was like, look, if you read a physics paper or book and you don't understand it, just go back to the beginning and reread it up to the first point that you don't understand and just keep doing that. And we're sort of doing that right now. Except that, oh, because I disabled the breakpoint. There we go. So the breakpoint gods are being good to us today. That's good. Okay, so WTF. So the identifier is null, and the block is the 468 or 467, right? 468. And it has an owning statement of null. That's actually probably the problem. Oh, because it's in the if statement. So we're going to end up looking at the parent. Doesn't have, we go to the parent. Does this block have an owning statement? Yes. That should be the for loop. So that should be here. Yes, yes. So this is going to be 467. That's correct. Okay, that is the right thing. Oh, this part. I think the problem is I think because we're nested in, okay, I think this if statement is only finding the bottommost nesting for loop. So I think if we nest two in each other, that this fails. So I think if we look at this, it's going to be an inner thing. 283 of Entity Manager. Yeah. Okay. So this is our outer for loop, right? Expansion. Our user program is calling this for entities iterator. Okay. This iterator is using a hash table, which is doing its own iteration, expansion, macro. So we have macro within a macro. And as you know from Inception, when you do that, like gravity turns upside down and you have to run off the walls and all these things, right? So that's pretty much what is going on right now. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the actual problem. The question is, why did I feel the need to put this check in the first place? Because under what condition why would I ever want to reject this? Like we mapped I think we want to go in the other direction. I think we want to say this for loop should have like a macro expansion call on it. Macro expansion procedure call. I kind of want to do this. Right? Duplicate symbol get current workspace. That might be a no jobs problem, guys. There might not. There might be an LLVM problem. Okay. Oh, no, because I didn't see this assert down here. So we still have the same issue, or a related issue. So that didn't really solve anything. Yeah. Well, maybe it did. I mean, so Oh, our serial number is different now. Fudge. Okay. Or maybe that was just a momentary. Yeah, no, this is not. Okay. So we actually did return the thing that we think, yeah, it's the right one. So the enclosing scope active during copy is line 283 of Entity Manager, which seems right to me. Yes. Okay. So the question now is, actually, no, this is wrong. We actually want the one inside this. Right? We're not fully in the inception here. Isn't it really funny how people say inception when they mean recursion because they didn't know what recursion was? And then this movie Inception came out that wasn't, the name wasn't even about recursion. It's, the word inception means something totally different. That was kind of the point of the movie. And then, but everybody thought it meant the other thing. Okay. So I am not cranking today. I am kind of slow today, but here's the thing, guys. Some days when you're feeling kind of slow, even if you're working at 50% or 30%, you'll be glad to have those things done. And it's probably better to do them than not to do them anyway, right? So that's kind of, I was feeling kind of off today. I got up and I was like, you know what? I'm just going to stream and work on the compiler. And it won't be like the crank session where I was working at a very high efficiency, but that's okay because this is part of getting things done, is like, you know, like not everybody is at 100% all the time, right? In fact, people are almost never at 100%. But even when you're at like 30% or something, let me put it this way. How do I say this without sounding too convoluted? Like the percentage of the time that I'm at 30% is not even that low. I don't know what it is, but it's like a decent fraction of my time. So like if I actually use that time usefully, it's still significant. It really adds up in the long term. And so that's what I'm doing. And so even if I am so slow on this stream that I don't actually solve this bug, which I hope I will, I think I've got a clue. Even if I don't, I've at least built up the understanding to show up later and like solve it. But I think I will. Yeah. Like, I mean, here's the secret of programming, right? Is as long as your rate of progress is greater than 0, you will get done eventually. Now, it might be after you're dead, so you do have to figure that out. But still, there is a great deal to be said for just me being able to make forward progress at any time, you know? So that's what I'm doing. That's what I decided to do today when I woke up. And also eat licorice. Okay. And also, you know, like this for loop stuff, it's been rewritten like 3 times. It's a lot simpler than it was. It's still just a little hard to think about. So if I can revise it again and make it even simpler to think about, that's a major win, you know? Okay. Yeah, worst thing is to take long breaks and feel guilty about it. Absolutely. And I've done that. I know, because I've done that, right? What you really want to do is feel good enough about the work that you've done that you can then go take a break and just be fully in the break and appreciating the break, right? So that's also part of what I'm doing today. If you're a web developer and your rate of progress is slow, your tech stack won't even work or be supported anywhere when you finish in 2 weeks. That is true. But the first step in solving that problem is to change what kind of programming you do, which may involve changing your line of work. Can the asked for the for loop be made out of a while loop and a counter? I mean, no, it would be a different tree. Like, the syntax tree representation of a for loop is a for loop node. You can't like get that node from anywhere else. Can you do things that are equivalent as far as your program is concerned? Probably. Maybe. But it wouldn't look the same to the compiler, no. Okay, so the thing is, I believe that we want the innermost loop here. So the thing that I did was maybe a partial solution, but really, actually, no. What I don't understand is this scope. It might be good to not futz with enclosing scope and to have an alternate variable that we set. That could be a way to help remove confusion. But so these are the same scope. I forget the circumstances in which they could be different. But I'm confused about why this is happening. Does this mean that we're performing this insert inside this loop because we shouldn't be? I guess. Or maybe we should be. So if we do, let's verify that this is what's happening. Maybe the problem is we generate an intermediate block for this. That gets expanded somewhere. No, it shouldn't. Okay, it shouldn't matter. Hold on. We are doing the macro expansion for this insert. On line 288, which is this one. When are we doing this? So this inserts enclosing scope here. Is probably wrong. That's line 283. That's here. It is lexically correct. It is lexically correct, but it is not where we want to look up loop controls that occur inside that thing. And so the question is, can I rename some things to be less confusing? So that enclosing scope active during copy, I don't remember what that's for, so I want to look at that. I want to know, does that actually, should that actually be called something like scope for looking up loop controls? That would make more sense to my brain right now, if that's what that actually is, which who knows if that's what that actually is, right? Secondly, though, this insert when we did the other insert, should have had its enclosing scope remapped. And I'm not sure why it didn't. So that insert is the original OG insert. I'm confused. So the reason this is confusing is the following. Because the hash table, it has an expansion here which has an insert. This is what makes the insertception, right? So this insert is supposed to insert all of this, right? Which is supposed to insert this, which means the only insert that ever fires should be a copy of this. But the one that we're looking at right now, I don't think is the copy because it's copy field. Like we say who it's a copy from for debugging purposes, and that field is not set. So it's like maybe somehow we're making the copy, but this guy is then also just going off. And if that were the case, that would kind of explain why we have a problem. Because this insert should not, I believe, the non-copy version of this insert should not ever actually generate code. It should only be copied by the other thing, right? And if that's the case, this really is one of those like, how did this ever work situations. How did this ever work? Can you run a step-by-step debug? Do you know how many steps there are in this compiler when you're compiling a 100,000 line game? There's a lot of steps. I don't think you want to step, because even 10 steps is not enough. Why have two different representations for loops if they are interchangeable? Yeah. So I got an email from Casey. All right. Yeah, okay. So I think I want to see if a copy of this is being made. That's my next question. Is a copy of this being made? Let me write down my questions. Is insert being copied? Is non-copy of the insert generating code? That would be a no-no. That would be a janene, a big janene right there. And then what is the correct definition of belongs to active macro for loop? right? And then I had one more. What should and closing scope active during copy mean be called? So what you guys are seeing right now is, like, I wrote all this code, right? And I vaguely remember how it works, but I don't totally, and that's for several reasons. One is because I rewrote it several times from something that was more complicated to something less complicated. Two is just the compiler is really complicated, right? So I don't remember everything about it at any given time. Three is just that when I program things like this, I honestly don't think about them super hard because I know that I might change it later, right? And the fact that I didn't think about this as hard as I might have when programming it, it seems like it's resulted in something being done a little bit incorrectly, which I actually knew in the back of my head, but like it's now coming to the forefront. And so one reason why I'm patient to just look at these things rather than like, oh my God, I have to solve the problem right now. I'm very happy with compiler progress over the past month. Like a ton of stuff got done. B, I actually want, like, the way to solve this problem in a better way is to be a smarter person about how to design this kind of construct than I was the last time I programmed this, right? So what I'm trying to do right now is use the additional, like somewhere in my brain, there's additional experience in designing and using this programming language that wasn't here back before when I was making some of these decisions. And I'm going to like try to just let that mix with the observations I make, and we'll just see where we end up, right? That's what we're doing right now. Would this be easier to debug with a small test program that repros the bug? It might be, because those reproducibility problems would not happen very likely in that scenario, but I haven't been worried enough about it to go do that. So come on, is the minimal repro? No, we probably could get a repro out. It just, that would be at least a little bit of a derail because it would take some time because it's not totally simple. But yeah, I'm happy with where I am right now in this, and then we'll see where it ends up. Anyway. So the goal for today, if even, again, because I'm at 30% or less today, right? If I just solve this problem so that this loop compiles correctly and I can delete this and everything else, all the tests and everything work, and I understand better the loop stuff, again, that's all full success. That's all I expect out of today. If I do all those things plus improve the design of this system, that's even better, right? So that's the stretch goal. That's the stretch goal. My very immediate goal is going to be to warm up some more water for the tea, because now I've eaten so much licorice that I feel weird. Does licorice increase your resting heart rate? Because maybe my 54 was amped high because of the licorice. %, blood oxygenation, heart rate 52, 51. 51. Here we go. This is very scientific. I hope you could see that. It went up to 54 because I moved. I moved my arm and it went to 54. You mentioned earlier that a lot of compiler design material is just drinking the Kool-Aid these days. Well, no, I'm somewhat self-taught in compiler design, but also somewhat. So I went to college. I learned about compilers from the Dragon book. It's just I don't recommend the Dragon book because most of the things in there are not useful or interesting to you. First, and second, it's just the ideas about compilers in that book are very old. There are newer ones. Let me go see. I have some compiler books over here. There was a time about a year and a half ago when I bought a bunch just to see, and a couple of them were so bad that I got angry and just threw them in the recycler bin. But let me see the ones I kept. Okay, I looked through all the books, and I could only find two that I kept. One of them is the updated Dragon book, so I guess I kept that for reference because I don't think it's a good way to learn about compilers. And the other one is this Engineering a Compiler, second edition, which I don't remember. Maybe I just hadn't read it yet. It really is very basic, so I'm not sure why I kept it. It might have some. Oh, it has some instruction selection stuff in it and register allocation stuff at the very end, which is probably why I kept it, because those are topics that I don't really think about. But I guess I threw away all the other compiler books that didn't have immediate use to me because I was just mad at them. So I do not have recommendations. So I think what we're saying is, yeah, I have to write a compiler book. In addition, with all the other things that I'm doing, just make a compiler book. It's no problem. It's no problem. Easy clap. Yeah, okay. My body temperature feels more normal now. That's great. I do not still feel mentally revved up today, though. Do I like LLVM target specific backends, or do you see them as necessary? I don't understand the question. See what as a necessary evil? If I thought of what was in a worthwhile compiler book that isn't in the other ones, what would be in it? It would be about how do you manage the complexity of all the things that a compiler needs to do, right? How do you... So what is actually the basic job that a compiler actually needs to do? Right? Because you start reading a compiler book and they're all about like, here's this formalism and that formalism and that, and they're teaching you those things. And it's like, but no, those are just like things that people made up as ways to maybe help you do those things, do the things a compiler needs to do. But like some of those are a lot more necessary than others. Some of those are a lot more meaningful than others in the year 2020. So like, what is actually necessary? What does the compiler need to do? Slow gramming. That's what the stream should have been called, except that it's slow debugging, and that doesn't roll off the tongue as easily. Compiler slow gramming. Yeah, I'm just not even slow gramming, though. Perfectly describes your problem trying to learn compiler design right now. Yeah, I mean, I would say if you do read traditional compiler books, if you understand this, then you can read them that way. You can say, okay, here's this chapter on like tree rewrites. I can suspend my judgment about whether tree rewrites are useful or necessary. And I can even skip the chapters about all the frickin' algorithms that they do to try to accelerate their tree rewrites, because I don't know if I actually want to do them or not. But you can say, here are the problems that they are trying to solve with tree rewrites. And it's like, okay, so I see that part of the job of the compiler is to solve this problem, right? Like, for example, notice common subexpressions, right? And combine them. That's something a compiler should do. Where it does it is highly questionable, right? And how much algorithmic complexity it requires to do that sort of depends on where you put it. So there's just things like that. Like, you can read those compiler books and just don't believe them when they tell you that this is the best way to do things or even a good way to do things. But you can believe them when they say something like, these are roughly the things. Except you can't even believe that, because sometimes it's like C++, where it's like those are only the things because you bought into a certain formalism. Like, especially with regard to grammars, dude. Oh my God. holub.com/compiler. Let's see. Compiler designed by Alan Holub. I don't know that one. It rings a bell, but I don't know. Crafting interpreters is real good. Maybe, I don't know. Like, I just, I don't know. I would have to read it more to know. Like, the paragraph about, I'm reading the intro of it, and it's like, little languages are everywhere. Almost every large software project needs a handful of these. When you can, it's, you know, blah, blah, blah. It's like, this is really, this is really sort of doubling down on what the problems are in software rather than trying to solve them. You know, so I don't know, like, here's the thing, guys. One thing that I learned very early in life somehow is that you need to be very careful who you learn from. And when I read that intro, I'm like, I don't think I would learn from this guy. But that's, of course, to my standard, and my standard, I'm way more into making compilers than most people. And so it might be fine. It might be fine for most people. Also, again, if you read without believing, maybe it's good. It's just some things about that page give me the heebie-jeebies. Also, the way it's written in kind of this folksy language that's actually, it's trying to be friendly, but it's also just talking down to you a little bit. In a way, I don't know. Like the introduction, I felt, was a little bit, just skimming through it, it's a little bit like, ah, shucks, we're just talking about, it's no big deal. We're just talking about making these things. And it's like, I just can't do that. Why didn't I write as an interpreter? Because I wanted to make a programming language that people could ship real software in. LLVM target specific backend performance code gen for specific architectures like x86 or AH64. Take LLVM IR as input. I see. I mean, are you asking do I think there shouldn't be a target specific backend? Like, how, if I want to run my program on x86, how do you suggest that I do that without having such a thing? Can I peek at this and tell if it's good? Question mark. Basics of compiler design. Copenhagen. What is a compiler? Lexical analysis. Oh God. Okay. No, I mean, he's already getting into all this bullshit that you don't care about. No, this is all nonsense. I mean, it's not nonsense. It's totally fine. Like, it's part of computer science. But it has nothing to do with what you care about if you're making a compiler. So, like, pages 10 to at least 45, skip. Skip, kind of skip. Blah. Okay, maybe it starts getting real around page 113. Hard to say. Okay. Type checking, by the way, is very involved. It's how do I go back? Why didn't this make a backlink when I clicked? Oh my God. How does this work? Does that go back? No, that rotates. Thanks, guys. Type checking is by far the most complex part of my compiler right now. It's 10 pages out of this book. This guy has like 50 pages for the easiest part of the compiler. Actually, more than that. So lexing plus parsing is the easiest part of the compiler. He is doing that stuff up until... wait, what? Oh, this is figures. He is doing that stuff up until page 118 out of 300. So more than a third of the book is on the easy part that you probably don't need much help with, aside from like a 10-page thing telling you how to do it. All right. And then the hard part is 10 pages, less than a tenth of what he spends on the easy part. And then intermediate code generation. Let's see. I mean, this is all real. This is stuff that you need to do. Sure, this doesn't look, this is just like an example. It doesn't look particularly deep. 28 pages. I mean, the fact that he spent 118 pages on frickin' parsing just makes me angry. 9 pages on machine code generation. Are you nuts? Okay. Okay, so, you know, I mean, there's real stuff in here. 20 pages on analysis and optimization is a frickin' joke. Yeah, no. So a third of this book you should completely ignore, mostly, and treat the rest of it as an overview. And maybe it's a good overview, maybe it isn't. I don't know. But it's just when I see something like that, I know that the author's priorities are so out of whack that like I would distrust this as being a good source of information. Like this, look at where the scroll bar is right now. Everything above the scroll bar is trivial as far as you're concerned, mostly. And then all the non-trivial things below the scroll bar get very small treatments. So, yeah, I feel like though if you get a few sources like this and you sort of just read through them and skim them, it'll give you an idea. It'll give you an idea what the parts of a compiler are. And then you can go from there. How many pages is good? I mean, you could have an entire 500-page book on analysis and optimization, and it wouldn't really cover everything. You could have a book twice as big as this book on the subject that this book spends 20 pages on. Easily. Easily, right? So that's why I'm saying, well, you treat it as an overview. That's basically what it is. Looks like he just wanted to show off some math. Not really. I mean, the problem is this guy lives in a computer science department at a university, and he is a steward of the tradition that's been passed on to him of the compiler education. All this stuff is what you learn in computer school about compilers. Like, so he didn't make any of this up. This is him passing on the knowledge that he was taught, right? It's just mostly useless if you want to actually make a compiler. Like, it has very little to do with the real world concerns of making a compiler. So, and he goes pretty deep into it. I mean, a good compiler? No, I mean any compiler. Like, if you just sit down and you want to make a compiler with a reasonable method of software engineering that is not incredibly inefficient and takes decades, right? You need to have a working thing that at least starts to process a program, right? And the very first step in that is to parse the program, because you can't do anything if you can't parse the program. Your job, if you sit down to write a compiler, is to get a parser going relatively quickly so that you could do things. Even if those things that you're going to do are crappy and placeholder, you got to do something, right? And so if you make it a Herculean achievement to build a compiler or to build a parser, you'll never even get to the other stuff. Anyway, so yeah, skip the first 100 pages, skim the rest, and you might get some good knowledge out of that book as an overview. Who knows? How do you know how to make a game engine if you design games iteratively? If you don't design your game iteratively, how are you supposed to have any idea what you want the game engine to do? If you sit down and you have no game and you're like, oh, I need to program a game engine now, what are you going to do? You don't have any idea what you need it to do. So then you're going to just be like, well, I heard people say entity component system on Hacker News, so I'll type that in, right? But you'll be wasting time, right? So if you design the game iteratively, then you know what problem you need to solve, and you can solve that problem. Okay, guys, I'm going to eat some fruit today. It's going to be so good. It's going to be good. One thing you've been thinking lately is that people are too afraid to rewrite things. That is absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. How do we solve the maintainability problems in systems? I mean, again, I think that's too general of a question. Like, what is the specific maintainability problem that you're talking about? Do I read compiler-related papers? No, I don't really read computer science papers because they're mostly not useful. Again, the function of most computer science papers is to get publication credits for people working their way through the academic system. Very few of them in the modern day are significantly meaningful. Some of them are very meaningful, but it's a small minority. Sugar is unhealthy and makes me a bad programmer. All right, I will sit here and eat my fruit, and you can sit there and eat your asparagus, and we'll see who makes the better program 20 years from now. All right? We'll see where we end up. I'm all in favor of a competition like that. I like competitions. How do I do time management and project management now? I do not do either of those things, really. It's kind of a problem. With regard to the rest of the team, I should do more project management than I actually do, but, you know, I'm also getting things done. How do you make 15-year plus systems that are able to change when requirements change fast and the code doesn't become a big ball of mud? I mean, again, that's a little bit more of a specific question, but it's still not a very specific question. What does becoming a big ball of mud mean? Right? What does requirements change fast mean? Why are the requirements changing? Are they changing for good reasons or bad reasons? Those things matter. Lots of code, lots of dependencies. Well, then why not just have less code and fewer dependencies? Like, it's obvious that everybody has orders of magnitude more code and more dependencies than they need. So, like, has there actually been a concerted effort to reduce those things? Like, that's the thing, is you're saying like, how do we solve this really crazy engineering problem of managing all our dependencies and whatever? And it's like, but why do you have those? Right? And somehow nobody seems to think it's acceptable to say you shouldn't have that much code. You shouldn't have that many dependencies. Like, somehow that's not an answer that people will accept. But like, if you didn't have those, you wouldn't have the problem. Am I familiar with any open source projects? Not really. I think they're all gross and terrible, so I don't want anything to do with them. There might be some good ones, but I wouldn't know what they are because I just stay away from looking at them. SDL, I mean, I think SDL is useful, but SDL is really a lot of code, and I'm not sure why it's as much code as it is. SDL is really big. And again, I'm just like, what? Like, when I look at how much code is there, I'm like, what? It's kind of what Solid tries to do, remove dependencies at the core of the program. But to do that, you define interfaces, which is more code and more layers. Yeah. So that's the thing is, so all these software engineering methodologies, they have good intentions, right? Like, they were trying to actually solve problems. It's not like they made up some random crap. They were trying to solve problems. It's just a lot of the time the solution doesn't work or is worse than the original problem was. It's like, yes, if the software engineering methodology ends up in you having to type more code than before, it's probably bad in the long run because, again, if the problem is managing all the code and understanding all the code and well enough to modify it, then more code would seem to make things worse, wouldn't it? Right? That includes something like TDD. You've got this code. Now you've got all these tests. You've got 5 times as many test codes as non-test. Somebody has to understand and maintain all that stuff, right? Like, it makes it worse. Like, it's not a coincidence that programmers can't get anything done today. We've made people do things in a way that they're doing. Yeah, they can't. Most of the complexity in SDL is probably because of the complexity in platforms it targets. Well, I mean, there's some of that. There is some of that, yes. It does target a lot of things. But, again, I'm not a fan of using that as an excuse. I feel like today might be a turkey bacon day later on. what does a backtick do? It is a namespace control. So this is a macro. It is a hygienic macro, meaning that the variables it uses cannot be seen by the code that it inserts. But then these say, actually, inject this into the namespace non-hygienically, right? They're like the exception to the hygienic macro. What if you look at the code base of the compiler? Would I say that the code is easy to understand and change in the future if it wasn't me doing the job? I wouldn't say it's super easy, but I would say it's easier than a lot of other games are, right? That are programmed in different ways. Like it's a relatively small program, right? It's a 100,000 line program for something that a lot of people would write 500,000 lines of code to do. So from that standpoint, it's a lot easier to understand, right? Even before you get into like style things, just like there's way less code. Once the tests are written and there's minimal maintenance, that is false. That is false because that's only true if you don't change the thing that's being tested. But because the product is the thing being tested, it is absolutely critical that you change it frequently and in the best way possible to produce the best end result, right? And if you don't allow yourself to do that, then that friction is preventing you from making the best thing, right? Which is why I think TDD is insidious, because adding all this code that depends on the exact form and structure of the thing that's being tested prevents then that form and structure from changing, which is what makes it suck. And if you don't do that, if you don't do that and you let your thing change, now you're rewriting tests all the time. Because I am determined to get fat today, I am now making a hot tuna sandwich. Can I describe major design decisions which shaped the type system to be the way it is now? So the main decision behind the type system is that I didn't like some things that I'd experienced from previous functional style languages that I had used. For example, well, I knew I wanted some kind of type inference because when you type in types of things all the time in C++, it's a bummer. That's why C++ added auto. Especially as types get super complicated, it's infeasible to be typing them all the time. So I wanted something like that, but I didn't want to fall into the kind of scenario you see in things like, ML or, even Haskell or whatever, where there's a lot of action at a distance where like, hey, it can't quite figure my type out. Why? Like, what do I change? Or it used to work and then I changed one thing and it doesn't infer correctly anymore. So the type inference is actually very tight. It only flows in one direction and it's very predictable and understandable. So you don't end up in these weird situations that you do in those other languages. And it's also very fast, which was another important thing. I didn't want this language to end up being like Swift, where you grow old and die waiting for things to compile. So those things were important. I also wanted types to be first class, like they are in functional languages and unlike in C or C++. So I just sort of took those parameters and started working on them. You're wondering if there's hate for it because there's a bunch of assumptions about how it works. Well, I can't speak for anyone else, but the reason why I dislike TDD is I look at the reasons why people say it's good and I say, you only need that because you're using a stupid programming language like JavaScript. If you just wouldn't do that, you wouldn't have any of these problems, right? And so people make all this work that they're going to do. They give themselves all this extra work because they decided to use JavaScript, which was obviously a bad idea in the first place because JavaScript was not supposed to be a real programming language, people. It never was supposed to be a language that you write software in. So there's all that. But also, again, I say this all the time, just look at how long it takes people to make things. It takes frickin' forever these days. TDD obviously hasn't helped that because all the people who use TDD are indistinguishable or even worse at getting things done than the people who don't. So like, why do you think it's good, right? At some point, though, I suspect I'm being trolled by people coming in and asking the same questions all the time. So I'm going to stop responding to that one. Do I think the solution to this problem is not having complicated types? Well, I think, like a lot of things, in the same way that C++ went overboard with operator overloading in the beginning, they went overboard with complicated types. That said, you do want types to get a little more complicated than they do in C. That's just useful. But you don't want everything to look like Boost. Like, if everything looks like Boost, throw your computer in the garbage because nobody will understand what's going on ever. 1 second, I got to take care of the tuna here. And actually, the reason I have so much, antipathy for people talking about TDD popularly is when they talk about these problems, that TDD is so great because it solves them. And it's actually because they use JavaScript, right? It's not just that the problems are caused by JavaScript, but that these people don't know that the problems are caused by JavaScript because they don't have any experience programming in, like, since the 1960s, we did not have these problems until the late 90s when JavaScript got popular. Like, there's a whole class of problems that we never, ever, ever, ever had that was introduced newly. And we have these generations of programming who don't understand that that's just not a thing. That's not a problem. We already know how to not have that problem. But they think it's such a big thing because they just got out of school and got paid $500,000 to put ads on Google, right? So, like, it's all a giant mess and it's all really stupid. Like, so it's just, the reason I get so aggravated about it is because there's this giant group of people who are very loud and presume that they know better than everyone else how to program, but they're actually demonstrating that they don't even know how people programmed in the past, right? So they obviously don't know that much as a group. This is not to say anything about any individual person, but like, it's like people don't even they don't even understand that typoing an identifier didn't used to be bad and still isn't bad if you use a reasonable programming language, right? Like, it's crazy. tuna sandwich is up. The plate's a little hot because I put it down on the stove. Wow, questions. Let me scroll back and see some of the earlier questions. I don't have time to read posts from an Oracle programmer, unfortunately. Can the return value of a function be a type, such that the type can then be used to declare a variable? Only if you run that function at compile time, or it gets polymorphed so that the type is known at compile time. When arguing with OO programmers, how to deal with arguments like you're doing OOP wrong or it wasn't OOP, real OOP. I mean, see, you can have arguments like that forever and it's just useless, right? So what I do is I just don't argue with those people and I go do my own thing and they can do their thing, right? But B, I'll always just make the argument like, again, if the kind of programming that you're doing is so good, show me the result. Like, what are you able to do that's so good with this? And I've never really that doesn't work that well because people will go off into a big monologue about how very complicated it is, what they have to do, and why, even though you might not understand why it's impressive, it really is. But again, just watch a freaking video of Call of Duty or something. No, I'm sorry. I'm not that impressed by your web page. Do you know what I mean? The browser won't run without JavaScript. That is false. With regard to token replacement for remove break, declaring the holes up front that could be filled would be a potential alternative. Like saying you could provide break or remove. I mean, the thing is, you don't want the user to provide these because the user doesn't know the implementation details of the loop. You know what I mean? You want the person writing the iterator to provide them. So I'm not sure. Maybe I don't get what you're saying, though. Do I think it would have value to do a talk on how to do robustness well? I would need to think about whether I have something useful to say on that. More so than try to keep your code simple and make sure it works. I'm not sure what else to say about robustness right now. I see. So right now, this kind of replacement is hard-coded in the insert, right? There's a few parameters you could put here as parameters to the insert. They're the loop control things. Now, what I was saying about making that a more general thing has actually come partially to fruition, which is you can have a macro now that transforms a syntax tree. So instead of using these hard-coded things, you could manipulate a syntax tree however you want, right? However, that is not, how do I say? It's not a super well-tested thing right now in the language. Like basically nobody does it yet, so we just have to see how it goes. How are we going to make art for 700 levels? I don't know. It's going to be entertaining trying to do it. In a basic compiler, symbol tables are removed on scope exit. Does the compiler type check and convert a block to bytecode upon scope entry and before scope exit? No. In this compiler, and probably a lot of modern compilers, bytecode generation does not care about the symbol table anymore. What you need the symbol table for is to match identifiers to what they refer to, right? But in anything that's statically typed, you need to know that before you can type check the thing. And you need to know the type of the thing before you can generate code for it, because otherwise you don't know what code to generate. And so really those two things don't, like presence or absence of a symbol table and ability to generate a bytecode is basically orthogonal. They don't interact very much. What we do, we spent a while experimenting on the style for the game. And now we mostly know what it is and can mostly make art for levels that's relatively close to shippable, but there's still things that we would tweak. Like there's no level right now that we wouldn't at least touch up before shipping, you know? Is there a big end challenge in the game or engineering challenge in the game? I mean, making an entire game engine is enough for most people, but we're making an entire game engine and an entire compiler. It's just a lot. Like the quantity of what is to be done is just the major challenge. Does the compiler support making reproducible builds? I would say, so that is something that, well, okay. So from minute to minute, whenever I work on stuff in the compiler, I try to make it like as reproducible as possible, just for my own sanity. But yes, as you imply, parallel compilation makes that weirder, right? But usually if you're willing to pay a cost, you could like fix it up in the end. So for example, like what order do you output things into the object file? You could say if the reproducible build flag is turned on, sort them alphabetically or something. And then it doesn't matter the order in which you compiled them, right? So I think that'll get us most of the way there. It's just not something I've focused on very much. It isn't as much of a problem as you might think because even though everything's in theory compiling in parallel, everything also gets processed in dependency order. So like things can't really change based on the order in which the compiler sees things. If they could, the semantics of the programming language wouldn't really be well defined, right? And so it's actually probably mostly fine. It's a lot more fine than you would think. It's just to get all the way to reproducible build would take a little more effort, and you would have to pay some compile time cost. But I expect to support it eventually, yes. Wait, Casey's here? No, someone is adding C. Muratori, but I don't see him here. Oh, there he is. So Casey, I've been having a very slow day, and I just decided to embrace it. It's just how things go. Sometimes you're having a slow day. Do I think that traditional strict hierarchy in a company helps productivity? Yes. That is an unambiguous yes. I'm such a hipster. I drink green tea out of a mason jar. If I can get it open. Are funds the main reason why you don't have more people working the project? Yeah, I mean, mostly. Although there's dangers to scaling up a company beyond a certain size anyway. I like to keep it small if possible. But definitely, if I could hire 10 more people and could find the right people, I probably would. But I can't afford that level of upscale right now. Okay. So. My list of questions. Number 1 was, is the insert being copied? Question mark. We should be able to answer that relatively easily. I expect the answer is yes, but I don't know. And so we're going to go to line 2, or we're going to look for an insert that gets copied in copier from line 288. We're going to see if that happens. By the way, Casey, I've heard from a couple people now who are not involved in video games at all, who said they saw that game design YouTube video, the game design talk that we did, and they really liked it. So that's been nice. They liked the conversation. So that's cool. Do game design people like it? Well, I'm a game design person, and I liked having the conversation. So, okay. Well, it appears the answer is yes. Oh, yeah, this is Entity Manager. So this insert is being copied. It'll probably get copied a lot of times, honestly. Surely it'll get copied many times. But that's just, I just wanted to verify that. When we're expanding the macro for this, right? Macro lambda is going to be it's this. Oh. That's not, Well, let's keep going and see. Why can I still see this variable? This is like from a completely different file. Why is it giving me dynamic scope on this variable all of a sudden? That doesn't make any sense. Okay. So the problem is this gets used a trillion times. This is where maybe having made a simpler repro case might make sense. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to say, is it being copied and what is it called? Poly target copy. Are we making a copy of the copy is what I want to know. Apparently, yes. Might not be copied for the same reason, though. Let's just see. So okay, so actually now we're in mounts. Line 165. We are here. My brain is getting confused already. This is my problem with programming on a slow day. Programming on a slow day. Programming on a slow day. Okay, so what I want to find is this being copied inside the macro expansion for the hash table, which is this one. This insert should insert this insert, which should then insert this body. And I just want to verify that that is happening at a particular time. So here, macro lambda is line 275 of Entity Manager. Dude, we can't get away from this being the macro lambda. How else could I do this? I could look for when this expands. Okay. And again, there's two levels of problems here. Level one of the problem is to clarify the situation for myself and figure out what is supposed to be going on. And level two then is, how do I then improve the code to make this more self-obvious in the future, right? The strings expansion file doesn't show intermediate results. This would not show up in that file at all. That file is for strings that are explicitly generated and inserted. So when things polymorph or when macros expand, they don't go in there. Instead, if you're stepping through your program in the debugger, it just steps to this part of the file, right? You don't need a different string because it just goes here. What if played multiplayer games instead of working? If you know of a good multiplayer game, I mean, it is Sunday, right? Like, normal people don't work today. And God said I really shouldn't work today. So maybe at some point I could see switching. I would, of course, play Slipways, but he won't put up a new build on itch.io, so I can't get it. Also, Chick-fil-A said I shouldn't work today. Bloons TD6. No, I've sat there and watched Jeff play Bloons TD. I don't think I could deal with it. Bookworm Adventures Deluxe. Isn't that from like 1998? Have I tried Cyberpunk 2077? No, not that. There. Anyway. Why is the text bilinearly stretched? I don't know. Ask Tim OBS why the text is not rendered better. I honestly couldn't tell you. They probably render it at whatever the font size is and then just upscale the texture because they don't understand computers, probably. DDR Bob, what's his name, wrote this code. DDR Boxman, which, by the way, if you were a CIA agent and your job was to inject vulnerabilities into all these programs, wouldn't you name yourself DDR Boxman? Like, that's what a CIA agent would name himself. Like, what kind of self-respecting software project would take commits from someone named DDR Boxman? Okay, look. If I ever go open source with this programming language, and if double squared if I ever take any kind of patch request from outside, which seems unlikely. Real names only, dude. You don't get to be called DDR Weeaboo and submit code to my project, all right? That's just not how it goes. Okay. Okay. So now I am looking at all entities. I am tempted to actually give in and make a frickin' test case for this. Because it might make debugging it easier. I don't know. Screams in, no, not a TDD test case. I don't mean an actual like test. I mean a repro case. That's what I mean. I mean a repro case. A minimal repro. Okay, so we have tons of calls to this thing. Oh, wait, we broke at copy of a copy. And I don't understand what I'm looking at is sort of where we left off, because macro lambda is still this. So why is it copy of a copy? Maybe they all were and I didn't notice. I'm a little confused. Yeah, this comment was about the bug. This can go. Although let's not do that yet because we changed line numbers, which we don't want to do. Yeah, let's just make minimal repro case. I'm just going to do that. I'm going to edit this. I'm going to edit all this. We're going to take this. It's going to be a little bit silly, but here we go. We're going to go Gonna make our fake entity manager. Whoops. What am I doing? That's a thing. Okay, what am I guys? My brain is like not even working. No. Okay. We're kind of getting there. Okay, byte. I said byte instead of by, but that's okay. So add to the okay, so here's our entity component system. Every entity has an int and a string. That's great. That's great. Okay, when we iterate over all the entities, well, we're going to do this down here. For all entities. Oh, this doesn't even do it because, okay. Then we're going to have, I want these to be pointer stable. We're going to make a hash table. And okay, something like that. Let's just even see how far I am from compiling right now. This is why I didn't really want to do a test case or a repro case, because it's a little bit of a rat hole on its own. But, you know, sometimes it helps. Okay. Okay, so now, yeah, there's a couple minor mistakes. Manager.table. And then this code here is okay. Actually, we'll get rid of this even. ID lookup table. That is now table. Okay, great. We have a compiling thing. Yeah. Okay, it crashes. Unsurprisingly, although it compiles, which is already different from before, which kind of bothers me. Like, why does this even compile? And the answer is maybe because of some of the screwing around that I did. Right? Which is another reason right not to make repro cases. Like, why does this compile and the game not compile? Why would this be? See, if this doesn't... I mean, it's probably crashing because we're compiling it wrong. But if it doesn't exhibit an obvious problem at compile time, then it takes me extra time to chase that down, and maybe that time is better spent on the main program. Well, you know what? I was hoping we would have an obvious problem. Oh, the problem is I don't use a continue. That's the problem. Bing. Okay, good. We are good. So we are now going to switch our program to be this one. Now, actually, though, I guess hash table probably uses basic, right? Yeah. The problem with basic is it pulls in a bunch of files, but all right. What's the colon in the loop do? That just says this all entities thing is an alternative iterator expansion, right? It says use this as your iterator as opposed to the other thing, the normal thing that you would try to do. The normal thing you would try to do is look up a for expansion for this, which there isn't one. Okay, so we've got this. See, my brain, I started out today, I was very slow. Now I'm feeling a little bit less slow, not fast by any means. But it occurred to me that the reason this might not work is that I didn't put a continue. And that is a thought that in a parallel reality I may not have had. Okay, so this is good because there's only one expansion of each of these, hopefully, right? There's only one time this insert is going to get triggered. And then that means also there's only one time that the hash table insert should get triggered, I think. I mean, we'll find out if there's another case somewhere, but hopefully not. Will the alternative be to use continuations generators? I mean, that would be the alternative if you were using a very slow programming language, yes. That can be done quite fast. I'm just not going to say anything. I'm not going to baby rage. If it can be done quite fast, why are all the languages that use these things dog shit slow? Guys, communism is really great. It produces the best economies. My frustration level is rising, sort of. I mean, it's more like my patience for all these evidence-free arguments that people make is coming to an end. You know? That's all. Okay. Many of them are just trolls trying to trigger me. I know. I believe I've detected a number of accounts that are actually trolls that I might just ban if I get tired of it. That is for sure a thing. Okay, so I'm just going to do the same thing that we had before, except without the things. We're going to go to copier. We're just going to say, where do we copy and insert? Because now there should be so few of them. All right. So source line 48. Is that really 48? Command line. What? Oh, we're running the wrong program. Lol. 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 Okay. Line 25. We're doing this one. What is it called? Poly-target copy. Why is that not called poly-target source? Okay, so it actually already is a copy? Where'd that come from? Like the questions are just mounting. Oh wait, poly-target copy goes the other way. What? Oh my gosh. It's been so long since I thought, okay. That explains some of the confusion that I have had. Okay, great. So does this get copied again? Yes, it does. It gets copied at line 151 of hash table. Okay, that's great. That's great. Now, do both of these inserts generate code? That would be bad if they do. Okay, we have a third one, line 151. Why do we have a third one? What? What? How, what? Where is this happening from? Line 21. Okay, this is very strange. Like what? Okay, so I have new questions for our simplified case. Why 4 copies instead of 2? Something is getting done twice. Okay, so here we have 1, 2, 2 inserts. So like, what's the deal with that? So we're going to ignore the copies for a second because I don't know what's going on there. 1, code generation. Okay, so this is line 151. Okay, this is correct. This is not correct. Is it? Actually, it is. This is actually fine. Okay, that's good news. Do I understand the 4 copies? Do I understand the 3 seashells? Would it be useful for a way to print out fully expanded code for use in debugging in the future? That would not help me here. Because the thing that's broken is not necessarily the code. It's like invisible links, like what is cross-referenced to what. And yes, I've tried to make stuff like that before, and it's just a nightmare to look at. And I don't know. It's like a whole research project I don't have time for. Okay. Why would there be 4 copies? Before we go step through in the debugger, well, we do this. This invokes an instantiation of this macro, which contains this. That's 1 copy. Of this. Then, when we go infer this, this expands to this. That's copy 2. This then inserts this. That's copy 3. So there's already more copies than I was thinking. I was thinking 2, but there's actually at least 3. Where does 4 come from? I don't know, but I do kind of know, even with this 3 thing, I kind of know where the confusion is coming from in things being mapped incorrectly. Because here, this is the innermost insert in the expansion. This insert tries to copy this body code. When it sees a continue in there, it says, where should I associate that continue? And we actually want to do it in the order of expansion, but we're doing it based on the enclosing scope of this, which means we will attach it there incorrectly. Okay, so we found the problem. We have found DDR Boxman's commit. Okay, that's good. We have found DDR Boxman's commit. Now, by which I mean my commit, because I wrote the broken code. DDR Boxman did not write the broken code. Should I replace the continue in the insert to continue the outer loop? Well, no. I mean, what really there should be is that we need to maintain somehow maintain it's a little weird. We need to maintain like a separate linked list of scopes that's different from the lexical scopes. And those can probably just be on the insert. Like we don't have to make any new data structure, I think. So like when this insert makes this one, and this might be what I was originally trying to do and just messed up, right? When this insert makes this one, it needs to, this one needs to know very clearly, I am in this loop. I think that's what the enclosing scope active during copy was, but the name is so cryptic that it needs to be changed. And I probably broke it because the name was cryptic, right? So basically we just need to say like, look, any identifier in this body that does, or any loop control in this body that doesn't map to a specific control flow primitive goes to the interior of this loop. Why? See, this is whoops. This is weird. So now I'm saying why. Why? Well, because this is the lexically innermost loop once you expand it out. And I mean, if this body had another loop in it, then it wouldn't be anymore, right? So I think that's what is the step, is to say on here, is the insert the right place to put it? Because the original for loop down in the user code down here, right? It does this, which does this. I think it's really on the for loop, right? It's the most recent nested for loop, right? Then when we copy this, we create this insert. When we create that insert, then based on the active for loop, we should say, instead of poking its enclosing scope, which is not a good thing, we should make an explicit variable saying anonymous loop controls go here, which is very clear about what that variable is supposed to do, okay, etc. Okay, so now my question is, if this picture of the world is correct, can I do something like continue equals continue? I tried that at the beginning of the stream and it didn't actually help. Although I might have put it in the wrong place. But I just want this to be fixed, right? My face cam is a little above the bottom of the frame. Oh my God. All right. Wait, no, it still is. It's because of the broken way. It's because of DDR Boxman's face cam clamping code. Like there's no real way to do it. It's really annoying, honestly. You just sort of have to guess. Maybe an ambiguous continue should be an error. No, it is not ambiguous. It is well defined. It is my fault that I am being stupid and not mapping the continue to the right place, but that continue is well defined. You know what? I'm going to take a break, everybody. I think I have loaded now the solution into my subconscious. I'm going to let it stew for a while. And then maybe I'll come back later today and do this on stream. Maybe I'll do it off stream. Maybe I'll quit computers and go become a lecturer about TDD and try to tell everybody about the gospel of TDD. This was a very slow stream. We just chatted a bunch. It's fine. It's Sunday. I do kind of know. I actually, at the very least, I understand what is supposed to happen. Oh, so the last question though is actually for the copy. Can I tell really quickly why there are 4 frickin' copies? 1, line 25, okay. 2, 151. 3 line, okay, this one I don't actually understand. So, linked list on 4, question mark. So I'm writing down the previous thing. But then there's like, why is 151 copied twice? That's really weird. And then the last one is 25, which I get. I do not, this might be just a compiler bug that's separate. So I'm going to take a break before looking at that. We're going to solve that one because I don't think that's correct. Why the hell is 151 copied twice? The first time is from make lambda from proposal. What? Okay. No, I guess I get that. Make lambda from proposal. Okay, and then the second time is actually expanding the macro. Okay, that's a little weird. I'm not sure I totally like that. In the future, though, that's not that bad because the compiler is going to be re-engineered so it doesn't use copies like this. But, okay, so the deal is maybe we shouldn't bother doing this, actually. But, in fact, we shouldn't. I'm going to write that down. Make lambda from proposal for macros. So the deal is this thing it's polymorphic here, right? Which means we have to do the whole polymorphism process like we do for any function to figure this out. Once we figured out this, then according to the new system, what we do is we generate the procedure for this type. Generating this procedure involves first copying it and then inferring it. But inferring it is going to bail. So like, why do we copy it even? It doesn't make sense, but we do. But that's why there's a fourth copy. So I get that. You're going to play a game called Leak Elite. Is that like, so you know in Elite how you're a space trucker going from planet to planet selling your goods? Is that like because it's a long way and you can't stop and go to the bathroom in space because it's just space, right? Like what is the game about? You're glad a test helped in this case. It's not a test, dude. It's a repro case. Jesus. This repro case is going to be deleted as soon as we're done. Okay? Please understand. More like when you have a spill, like Exxon Leak Elite. Okay. I see. Well, let me know if Leak Elite is good, because Slipways sure isn't out. Wait, let's refresh the Slipways page so I can make sure I'm not lying. Here, look, I already have it open. Reload. Nope. Nope. Look, there were so many updates, and now it's been 2 weeks with no updates. So sad. If only DDR Boxman were contributing to Slipways, it would get done faster. All right, thanks everybody for coming by. And we could see if there's somebody to raid. There usually isn't. Wow, there's so many people today. Well, it wasn't a very exciting stream today, but welcome everybody. Hello. Where can we send y'all? Why do people link me random streams? Animal got hit packet. Voxel survival game. That could be fun. Okay, we'll do that. All right. Thanks, everybody. And we'll see you later. As soon as this counts down. You'll be streaming Leak Elite. I'll drop in for that.